Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Bristol for day 3 of Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire in the County Championship. We have had quite a lot of rain overnight, and we had a couple of showers before the start of play. However, thankfully, they have abated in time for us to get going. Sort of a mixture of a little bit of blue, but mostly some quite threatening looking clouds about. There is rain forecast, I think, for about 12 o'clock, so I'm not exactly sure whether we're going to get the full morning in, but we are at least going to get started. Good morning, Paul Pollard. Good morning to Dave Fletcher as well from BBC Radio Derby. My name's Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Gloucestershire and BBC Radio Bristol, and here we go a minute early with the first ball of day 3 from Zach Chappell to Graham Van Buren, who punches it to mid-off, and there is no run. Gloucestershire resuming on 243 for 4, with James Bracey not out 87 and Graham Van Buren not out 61. Those two having recovered things somewhat after Gloucestershire teetered at 63 for 3 and 131 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's 526 in the first innings. Gloucestershire still trail by 283 runs. Not anymore, they don't know, because Van Buren forces this one through the offside and will collect a couple of runs out to deep cover as he is again playing a typically forceful shot off the back foot. 245 for 4, Van Buren to 63.
It's very good of Gloucestershire to put on some extra entertainment for us today, because while the cricket will just meander on and Gloucestershire will get closer and closer to Derbyshire's total, they're putting a marquee up away to the left-hand side. It's very exciting. That was started from scratch about an hour and a half ago, and it's incredible.
They've got a lot further with that than I thought they would have done at this point. Chappell bowls wide outside the off-stump. Van Buren doesn't offer a shot.
How good is that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to spend the whole morning looking like sort of leaning over towards you.
We should have put it. I'm perfectly fine with that. Don't worry about it. We should have put a time lapse on it, shouldn't we?
Oh, yeah.
That's what we should have done.
You'd need it quite a sort of slow time lapse, though, because of the speed that they're doing it.
By the nature of time lapse, it is quite slow, I think.
Yeah, but you can choose, I know what you mean. But you can choose the speed that you do it, can't you?
Yeah. I've no idea. Too technical for me.
Chappell runs in, bowls short to Van Buren, who pulls it round the corner and takes a single to fine leg. 246 for 4. Yes, it's time for an update. Anyway, we started at least. I believe that we will be getting another stint from David Payne in half an hour's time, so I'll hear from him, and you'll also hear from Machelle Hewitt, who is with us as our third voice today. James Bracey going through his typically sort of almost poetic warm-up routine, dancing off towards square leg, and he's facing his first ball from Chappell, and Bracey comes forward and plonks it into the ground. So Bracey, who with Charlesworth started off at least somewhat of a recovery with that 68-run partnership for the 4th wicket, just begun to get back on top of ball, and the feeling was, talking to Ben Charlesworth last night, as fairly typical of Bristol really, the new ball has to count. As Chappell is in over the wicket to the left-handed, Bracey beats him outside the off-stump. He didn't follow it too much, did Bracey, but I think he did just play at it. And Chappell, who's been the pick of Derbyshire's bowlers, 2 for 26 in 11 overs, continues where he left off. But the new ball is 13 overs away, so if Derbyshire can prize out 1, maybe even 2 before that, then Gloucestershire are still in a bit of trouble, because they still need 131 runs to avoid the follow-on. Sam Connors it will be from the Ashley Down Road end. So Derbyshire going with the 2 bowlers that had been probably the most likely to take wickets overall. Anuj Dal bowled an excellent first spell, but wasn't quite as accurate in his second spell. So it's Connors running into the right-hander Van Buren, who is forward defending up the surface. It trickles to mid-on. Just a little bit of watery, tentative sunshine now. Not a huge number of people in today, understandably, given probably been enjoying their bank holiday Saturday night, but also the forecast is a little bit iffy throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Connors to Van Buren, forward defends again. Head over the ball and nice vertical bat sending it up to mid-off. So yeah, not going to be quite as pleasant watching conditions as yesterday, you feel, but there are still a few brave souls. Hope they've, well, actually, to be honest, if it's going to be this heavy, it might not. They might not need their umbrellas. Just take cover.
Yes, go under that marquee.
Connors runs in, bowls. Van Buren drives and picks out mid-off. No run. I wonder what that marquee is for, because they're sort of. Yeah, well, I sort of gathered it was for the T20s, Jim, because funnily enough, the T20s are the next game here.
Oh, don't start getting clever.
But I'm just a bit. Well, I don't know. Are you going to see a huge amount from in there? They seem to have covered up quite a lot of the front of it.
I think by the very nature, you can take the bit off the front now.
Connors in and off the hip, flicked to mid-wicket by Van Buren for no run. Anyway, I'm sure that the car park area will have its usual plethora of activities for people to do during the T20. We had the climbing wall here. Don't know if that's coming back, but what else? Oh yeah, that sort of inflatable net thing, yeah, where they can have it measured how quickly they're bowling.
That's a technical term, is it?
Connors bowls, driving towards mid-off. There's no run. Well, it is. It's an inflatable
net thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing. You know, do you still call it a net when it's not?
It's
not netting. Yeah. So it's an inflatable
When's a net not a
thing.
Net?
Yeah.
Yeah. When it's a net thing.
A net thing.
I had no cue for my update there.
Did you have to do it timed then?
No, I just didn't do it.
Right.
I got cue 30 seconds after the news bulletin finished.
Connors running in, bowling. Van Buren steers it to cover, and that completes over number 2 of the morning. And was that a maiden over? I think it was 246 for 4. Yeah.
I remember 12 overs till the second new ball.
Yes.
That's the key, I think, isn't it?
I think so.
That's the key. And as Daryl's suggesting, if they could get a couple out with the old ball, I'm not sure how that's going to happen.
I'd suggested exactly the same while you were off doing
your
update,
did you?
funnily enough.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, there's a Zach Chapel from that. I won't carry on with that then.
I'm pleased that Anuj Dal said the same thing.
Chapel bowls and that one. Is wide of braces off stump and he lets it go through. While they've been putting the magnificent marquee up, they haven't raised the scoreboard, the only scoreboard that I could actually see. So you lean this way towards me to see the marquee. I'm going to have to lean towards you to see the scoreboard, which is it's not ideal, is it? And I know I've got it in front of me, but I'm never quite sure who you can trust and who you can't trust in these matters. Here comes Chappell again, a slip in a gully. And he bowls, that was turned into the leg side, out towards Alex Thompson by Bracey for a single. 247 for 4.
Yes, you can't trust the on-screen graphics either, because apparently it's the end of the day. We might as well all go home.
That's why it hasn't changed. Oh no, 247 for 4. Gonna have a crick in my neck by the end of the day. Also looking through several panes of glass, which sort of distorts it, you know. I'm getting all my excuses in now. Here is Zach Chappell bowling to Graham Van Buren, who cracks this away, but straight to the man on the backward point boundary. Only gets a single, 248 for 4. Van Buren moves on to 65. I think we'd agreed over the course of the first 2 days that banging it in short isn't going to work.
Yes, Derbyshire did start to do a bit of that in this Bracey-Van Buren partnership as well. And
yeah. Well, last
results.
week we had the unedifying sight of poor old Zach Chappell being told to bang the ball in short at Derby against Northamptonshire. He got a wicket from it, actually, as this one is a little bit pitched a little bit further up, and it's played by Bracey down to long leg, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. Score moves on to 249 for 4. A very exciting moment about to happen.
Oh yes, we love the bonus points.
Some of us do.
It was Ben Charlesworth said it was Gloucestershire's target today.
Oh, good grief. Chappell is in and bowls a full delivery to Van Buren, who takes a chunk out of the pitch playing that shot as he pushes it up towards David Lloyd at mid-on, who I noticed, couldn't help but note, he was limping late yesterday evening, and he's got a lot of strapping on his right knee because he was warming up in shorts. If they don't want us to see these injuries, they're going to have to wear long pants, because we're always watching. Chappell in and bowls to Van Buren. It's a little bit hurried by that one, turns it into the leg side, fielded by Lewis Rees, and the over comes to an end. 3 from it, 249 for 4. It's good news, that, because it means that Seaborn will be able to commentate on the momentous first batting bonus point moment, which will no doubt come in the next over.
Yeah, it'll get the full-on voice raised,
I hope so.
Screaming at the walls,
punching,
shaking, yes. Super. No. I better not start that.
Well, we're going to get her to do some impressions, not impersonations.
Oh, no.
Impressions later on. He's been entertaining us royally for the last 90 minutes in the press box.
Not going to chuck me under the bus like that. Round the wicket.
Already have.
Goes Connors. I'll just have to talk non-stop then. Connors runs in and bowls to Bracey. That's left outside the off stump. Guest takes behind. So, yes, I mean, they have scored a decent enough rate, Gloucestershire, that they would be thinking about probably not the 450 but the 400 bonus point wise if they can get there. 151 runs away feels still like a distance, and we have seen with the new ball, if Derbyshire can use it the way that they used the first one, that there is quite a bit of movement off the pitch available. It's just that it then goes. Connors bowls Bracey with a well judged leave, which I think again looked a little bit closer to us, given that Guest took it to his right. But yeah, I think in the end, small targets, they can never get too far ahead of themselves.
No.
But eventually you avoid that follow on and bonus points take care of themselves. Gloucestershire just need these two to re-establish what they had yesterday evening. Connors to Bracey, who cuts away. There's protection at deep backward point. Oh, that bounced horribly off the drain cover right in front of Thompson out there, but he's able to field it and just about catching the no ball signalled by Naeem Ashraf that time as well. He almost stealthed me, but caught him just as the arm was going down. Anyway, that is the 250 up, which means Gloucestershire have their second point of the match, their first batting point. 2 runs for the no ball, 252 for 4. Connors runs in and bowls to Van Buren, who turns into the onside, and it's fielded at mid-wicket for no run. So I guess in terms of... Oh, Pavilon's warming up already. Sorry. This is...
Oh, he is,
This is quite quite extraordinary, sort of crouched over, stretching out the calves and the hammies.
Be quads in there, will
Oh yes, I'm sure there'll be that too. Driving is Van Buren, straight back to the bowler on the bounce.
I won't bang on about it, but I've just done the league table with 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw and none for a defeat. Sussex would be top. Oh, they are top. Look, Middlesex would be second. Oh, they are second. Gloucestershire would actually be third on 7 points. Leicestershire on 6.
Oh, we'll take that then.
Yeah. Glamorgan would also have 7 points. And the 3 teams at the bottom would be Northamptonshire, Derbyshire and then Yorkshire at the bottom. Because they haven't won a game. So I think winning matches is far more important than getting bonus points.
Connors bowls very wide. Van Buren has a slash at it and it hops in front of Guest, so not really the ideal piece of cricket from just about anybody apart from Brooke Guest, who made sure he didn't concede any byes off it. Well, I guess when there's 16 points for the win, then winning is quite important.
Yeah, but it's no more important with 3 points for a win.
No, I know. Guess what I'm saying is that you would expect the tables to be fairly similar, given the fact that the enormous quantity of points that are available for a win.
You now get 8 for a draw.
But still, you can only pick up, as Connors bowls and is pushed into the offside, and Van Buren sets off for a quick single, runs a bizarre route. He ended up swerving, snaking his way to the non-striker's end. The hit was direct, but despite the fact that he ran about 5 extra yards, Van Buren's home, 253 for 4.
Beautiful,
but you can pick up.
By an Aaron Donald.
It was an Aaron Donald. Thank you.
No.
But you can only pick up 8 plus 5 plus 3.
16.
So that's if you pick up a maximum bonus point draw, that's a win with no bonus points whatsoever.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're pointless because the table changes minimally, and teams get fixated on, oh, we've got to get to 400, we've got to get to 400. No, you don't. Make a game of it. Don't do that, though. Zach Chappell bowls the first delivery down the leg side to Graham Van Buren, and it's taken by Brooke Guest. I'd do away with them.
I
absolutely do away with them.
I don't disagree.
They're a waste of time.
I certainly don't disagree on the whole thing of the primary objective, particularly in Division 2, should be to win games.
Yeah, of course it should. We can't get relegated, can you? Not yet. Good job, by the way. I would suggest, as the Derbyshire commentator, Zach Chappell is in again. That's bang on target and defended up to mid-on by Van Buren.
The reason I do like bonus points is more for the fact that most of the time, how can I put this diplomatically? At Bristol, there tend to be quite a lot of draws.
No, but there's almost always draws at Derby as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel, especially when you've lost a couple of days to rain, and I'm sitting here trying to find something to talk about, at least it gives me something to talk about.
For about 30 seconds. Oh, yes, we've got some bonus points. There we go. We've talked about it. Then comes Chappell and balls to Van Buren, who defends this out into the offside, fielded by Thompson. Yeah, I just think they're a complete waste of time, so I'd scrap them now. I wouldn't have 16 points for a win and 8 points for a draw either. Why they changed it back from 5, I have no idea. Because that disincentivised people from going for the win. Because the gap has to be sufficiently large for them, for teams to take a chance. Just take a risk. Get those wins, whatever a win is. I have no idea. I can't remember. As this one is guided down into the ground, just to the right of Gully, and away to a wide third man for 4 by Graham Van Buren, who moves on to 94. You'll be on in a minute, unless it's already been added. No, it hasn't.
In 24 runs' time.
Oh, yeah. See, I can't see that blinking scoreboard. It doesn't move into 94.
That was not a shot that you could play on a quick pitch. If you did that, then I think you'd be walking back to the pavilion after having nicked off to the slip cordon.
Yeah. I've only been coming here since 2016. I haven't seen a quick pitch here. Or at Derby, in fact, as Chappell bowls down the leg side, and a sprawling Brooke Guest, I think, must have got something. Oh no, it's gone for 4. I thought Anuj Dal was going to get there because he's quite sharp, but Was that signalled as 4 runs?
Buys.
Buys. Well, it's bad for Brooke Guest, but good in the fact that it wasn't a chance.
Absolutely swerved again on him. We've seen a few which have done that. He did very well even to get a fingertip to it.
Yeah, he did get something on it, I think, didn't he?
Yeah.
And as the man who played the shot was Graham Van Buren, he moves on to 70, 261 for 4. One's left-handed, one's right-handed. It should be fairly straightforward. Chappell in again, bowls, and he leaps in the air to play that shot. Van Buren, an average-sized human being wouldn't have had to have leapt, of course. Bless him.
No.
There's some short cricketers playing this game.
He does do that as well, and I think it's almost a way of kidding people to bowl short at him sometimes, because he loves it short.
I look uncomfortable playing this.
Oh yeah, this is too quick for me here. But it's just a bit of hopping about, make him think I don't fancy the short stuff, and then he'll start unleashing the cuts and the pulls.
261 for 4, end of the over.
Yes, it's certainly not, again, not something you would necessarily teach, to hop up into the air and play defensive shots with both feet in the air, but it's clearly working rather well for him at the moment as Bracey drives gorgeously. Goodness me, he's hit that one through point, and it has gone for 4 despite the fact that Thompson's fielding at a deep backward point. And I know the boundary is short enough out there, but actually they couldn't push that particular part of the boundary back much further for health and safety reasons. That was leathered. 265 for 4. Bracey is on to 94.
I knew you'd be coming.
So nobody can. Well, nobody can blame Dave Fletcher for as somebody would. Well, he said he was on 94, then he didn't get there. Connors bowls. This is chopped out to that fielder at deep backward point. Single taken.
I've been blamed for far worse things than that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Over the course of my life, I'm not going to worry about somebody not getting to where they got to. In fact, we had it at Headingley where at one point and Aaron Donald was on 96 on the scoreboard, but we all knew he hadn't got a 6, or he'd been given it was a no. It was horrible. It was a no ball. It was caught, and it was chaos.
That sounds horrible.
He'd been given too many runs.
Right.
I think he knew it as well, but we knew it.
Connors running into Van Buren, short and wide. And there is protection out there, but again, it's not a delivery that is particularly likely to take a wicket. 267 for 4 with Van Buren moving to 71. The deficit to 259. So Gloucestershire passed the halfway point to overhauling Derbyshire's total. I assume that they will
get a point for that.
No. Don't think so. No, in another point system you would. First innings lead. They used to do that in the Sheffield Shield, certainly, for a while. I don't think they do it anymore.
Did
but
it in minor counties as well, did it, when they were still called that?
Connors over the wicket, down the leg side. Bracey tries to whip it down to fine leg, but misses. Yeah, I think they've got some strange sort of run-based system, I think they do now in the Shield, where it's like sort of point noughts something points per run after something. You have to get your calculator out, I think, to work out how many points they've got, but I think it's something like that. Connors bowls to Bracey, and this will be, I think, 4 more buys, unless it just flicked a bit of pad. No, it didn't. It's down the leg side. Guest, again, having very little chance to stop it because it swung, and then it's bounced in front of him as well. So you're not stopping that unless you get very lucky, really. 271 for 4. 4 more buys. Extras have been busy this morning. 35 extras now. Gloucestershire seem to have got the knack to have oppositions concede extras against them, because that's a fairly large contributor for them, 35, and that's their 4th largest contributor in the innings, and it's in danger of passing Charlesworth.
Many of those extras are down to Derbyshire's bowlers rather than Gloucestershire's batters.
Well, just being silly, obviously, wasn't I?
Yes, no, absolutely.
Connors bowls, and this is turned through the onside for 1, meaning Bracey will keep the strike at the end of that over. With the score 272 for 4. Bracey has 96. 13 fours and 1 6. The 6 that he hit was, I think, probably the biggest of the match, because it went down the ground this way towards the pavilion, which is by far the longest straighter boundary here, and it cleared the sight screen quite comfortably. So it cleared the boundary by about 20 yards.
Zach Chappell's going to go round the wicket to James Bracey, who's on 96, so over to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Slip in a gully for Chappell, round the wicket, bowling to Bracey, who cuts away down to deep point and takes a single, 273 for 4. My money, I must say, was on Bracey singling his way up to it, because, well, yeah, he's actually scored a lot of boundaries in this innings, but given the fact there are a couple of sweepers out, he is generally more of an accumulator, although I wouldn't say that was necessarily the case when he was scoring his double century here last year against Somerset in Gloucestershire's 454.
Happy day, wasn't it?
It was quite a fun day.
Yeah, I can imagine.
All down to the 100, obviously.
Chappell bowls, and that one is pulled around the corner by Van Buren down to Sam Connors, who picks up a single. He moves on to 72, 274 for 4.
The great thing is that you can recruit players who you know are going to be off in the 100, 3 or 4 of them, and then complain about the fact that they've gone off to the 100, knowing that the competition is going to be going ahead.
Did the other county complain about that?
Oh yes, of
incessantly.
Course. Yeah.
Oh, Derbyshire only lose.
Unlike them, of course.
Only lose 2.
Chappell bowls now to Bracey, full driving, and one more run taken out to deep point.
I'm not going to employ the new method of local radio commentary by doing alternate balls.
Yes. I don't think it's going to catch on. There's no way I'll remember which
one
I'm
your
supposed
ball?
to be doing.
I think it's
oh yes,
mine.
we could have that wonderful question. Is that your ball?
We could do odds and evens, couldn't we? If we could see a scoreboard. At least it's on. The one that I can't really see very well. As Chappell is on his way in.
Get a single.
To bowl to Van Buren, who reaches for one and gets a
might be
single out to the leg side. He picks up 2. That's ridiculous. Moves on to 76 to rapturous applause. Has something happened? No. The partnership's gone up to 146.
I think Matthew down there enjoyed the 2 runs.
He's just collected the ball actually a few moments ago when it went down here for 4. He was very excited.
He's got his, by the looks of things, Gloucestershire cup down there.
Yes.
Yellow and black.
Here comes Chappell in bowls to Van Buren, who defends into the offside. It's picked up by Alex Thompson, and there's no run. I might have said that the ball had been thrown in earlier from long leg by Sam Connors. It wasn't. That was Darren Dupavilon, because Connors is out on the point boundary. Normally when somebody's bowling, they well, not normally, but quite often they field at long leg, don't they, so that they can get their breath. Perhaps we're going to see Dupavilon in the next over. We'll find out shortly. This is the final ball of Zach Chappell's over, and he's in and bowls to Van Buren, who just touches it out into the offside, where it's going to be fielded by Sam Connors. Van Buren moves to 75 and keeps the strike. Braces on 98, and Gloucestershire at 278 for 4. Towel is being brought on by Harry Kame, which Wayne Madsen will stick down the back of his trousers, I bet. Oh, he's got 2 towels that he's sticking down the back of his trousers. That's very exciting.
Gosh, that's a
lot of towels.
Well, yes, it's almost. Well, Kane Richardson ran in with basically like a bath towel in the Big Bash. Do you remember that? I've never seen a towel as long as that. It was basically trailing along the floor as he was running in.
Like a tail.
Yeah, it's not quite going to be like that, but multiple towels I'm not sure I've seen.
Well, I never enjoy opposition players scoring centuries, so I'm going to make way.
Well, Madsen's got a sort of a blue bunny rabbit tail now because he's hidden most of the towel. as Rees is into the attack. So from the Ashley Down Road end, we have our first bowling change in the morning. Rees into Van Buren. He starts off with a long hop that is cut away for 4. Van Buren had plenty of time to line up where he wanted to hit that, which was well in front of square, because the sweep is out at deep point, and it's 4 more runs, and that does bring up the 150 run partnership as our equipment receives a battering. I think this could not work now. We've brought up, out of the goodness of his heart, David Payne has come up to give us his time again, and you've just broken his headset possibly. Is it working?
You tell me.
Yes, it's working. He's not broken it. Morning, David.
Morning, everyone.
Here comes Rees in and bowls over the wicket to Van Buren, who works it into the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's looking a bit murky again out there, it has to be said, but we play on.
My forecast said midday this morning when I looked. It was a bit of a band coming, but hopefully that's... Sometimes it dodges you, doesn't it? It swirls round the ground.
Yeah.
How are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you, yes. Sort of, day three has the sort of feel of we're not nearly there, but you feel like you should be nearly there. Van Buren turns it to mid-wicket and there's no run. I'm going with brutal honesty this morning. No, not at all. I've actually managed this year to sleep far better than I have, so I'm feeling fantastic. My baseball team won again last night, so I'm very pleased about that. So yeah.
You don't get many baseball fans, do you, in England?
No. Normally you're supposed to sneer at it, aren't you? The inferior summer pastime to cricket. Rees bowls, and Van Buren plays defensively back to him. No, anyway, I'm sure the listeners don't want to hear about the fact my baseball team's won 4 games in a row and has come back late in every single one of them.
I don't want to hear it, sir.
No. Flipping heck.
It's alright, it's only because I don't think I've ever watched one pitch in baseball in my entire life.
I'm surprised with Benny Howell being...
Yeah, that's Benny Howell.
Rees bowls. Always had a dabble at that one as Van Buren, and he's not nicked it. It did carry through to guest just about as well, so it's a good job from Gloucestershire's point of view that he didn't get an outside edge to it. He has been playing a lot of shots down fine on the offside, but I guess because the pitch is slow and it's an old ball, he's felt quite happy doing that, but there nearly got himself in trouble.
Yeah, it is his go-to a little bit. It's what he looks for. He loves his cut shot. I suppose every batter has their one shot that you'll remember them for, and Graham Van Buren's is certainly the cut shot.
Last ball of this over from Rees in bowls, driving down the ground. Good fingertip from Rees to deflect it towards mid-off. And that's the end of the over, 282 for 4. So have you been put through your paces again this morning, or is this just a sort of a...
I have, in terms of my daughter's put me through my paces.
This isn't really quite what I was meaning, but yes, okay.
No, this morning I actually came in to collect my kit bag up. We've got a Sec 11 T20 warm-up match tomorrow at Taunton Vale against Somerset. It'll be my one and only warm-up match before Thursday. I left. When was I with you? Friday. Mm-hmm. And I left, and I had one of those moments where I got home, and it was something. At some point Friday evening, I went, "Oh no, I haven't brought my kit bag with me." So this morning's a bonus, really. Just had to come in to get the kit.
I'm glad that happens professionally as well. It makes me feel a lot better about forgetting various items.
There's some great examples in the. I remember Chris Dent getting all the way down to Canterbury and hadn't packed a single bit of training kit.
So what did he have to train in his?
Well, I think we all had to
whites or what?
No, we had to club together.
just in his skin tight stuff. That would have been great.
It's a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Thompson is on to bowl. His right arm off spin round the wicket. The first ball, leg stump, Bracey defends it into mid wicket. Yeah, he did get through it, and he did blame the wife for that one. I remember
Oh,
He said she was in charge of washing and packing at that point. Thompson's in again round the wicket to Bracey, who's off the back foot and cuts that one. A good diving half stop at point. They'll look for 2 and they'll settle for 1 as Dahl collects it from cover. How was yesterday's play? I didn't manage to see as much as I would like. Derby got off to a flyer at the start, it looked like.
Yeah, Lamb and Dahl pretty much picked up where they left off the previous evening, and Gloucestershire struggled a bit in the first hour. To be honest, they looked rather like Derbyshire look now, where you're sort of hoping that something happens. You're just looking for that one moment that maybe gets you going a bit. I felt Derbyshire's body language has been a bit, to be honest, what Gloucestershire's was at the start of the day, knowing that we need 1 wicket for the bonus point, that sort of thing. But yeah.
As Thompson's into Van Buren over the wicket and pull shot from Marion. And under edge actually goes past 45 to his right hand side and goes for 4. Quite a false shot. He looked for the pull shot off the back foot and caught the inside edge, under edge, and somehow scooted along past 45.
If he's had an issue this year, it's been pulling away short deliveries off spinners. He's got out twice to that. I don't know.
That was very close again.
Very odd way to get out, but he's managed it twice.
Well, he's going to keep doing it, I think, by the looks of things. Thompson's in again, floated up nicely outside our certain, prodded forward for Van Buren. It goes off towards the backward point man, no run. That was a nice line from Thompson, I thought, that one. Much more an attacking line.
Yep. Certainly better the line and length of the previous ball, but then, as I say, perhaps you should try more short stuff.
Yeah, something like that as he's in. That one's back for length. This time Van Buren's off the back foot through the offside into an extra cover gap for 1 run. And I didn't even realise, off the last time Bracey was on strike, that moved him on to 99.
Well, I thought you'd just come up here glory hunting, basically. First over, first ball, Bracey was on strike on 98. You just thought, yeah.
The significant. If he'd have come back for that too, I would have been oblivious to what that would have been at that time. But no, James Bracey now is on strike on 99. They have brought the deep cover man up. They've left the deep square man out. So there is a single there if he gets through it, and it is just punched back to Thompson for a dot ball and finish the over on 288 for 4 with Bracey on 99, Van Buren 84 not out.
I must say I was quite hoping he was going to get there on that delivery. It would have been quite nice for teammate to call the 100. Well, you could still have it go on at the next over.
No.
But no, yesterday, yeah, as I say, it started off a little bit flat, and then they got that first wicket, which then did what they would have hoped for, which sort of led to, one did bring just about 4 in the end. So they finished off that innings at lunch, and yeah, the new ball did quite a lot for Derbyshire. Rees into Van Buren, who tucks it fine down to Thompson, who's now fielding at fine leg. 1 run taken, 289 for 4. Van Buren moves to 85. But once these two had got established, and actually a little bit Charlesworth as well, as he mentioned last night, he felt that things had got easier for him as he'd battled through that early period. I mean, the ball that Bancroft got seemed back considerably.
I did see that. That looked
top of off stump. Yeah,
that looked a very good ball.
Yeah, I mean, you've got somebody who's scored 290 runs over his last 2 innings. I think it's probably going to take a fairly good ball to get him out. Rees runs and bowls to Bracey, who's played this one off the inner half of the bat, and no, there is a square leg fielder who I must admit I didn't see, because he was standing right in line with this stanchion thing that keeps the windows up. It's quite important, I think, architecturally, I'm sure, but it did mean that I had no idea that the square leg fielder was there. So
I always wonder with this, so this is a horrible field when you're a batter. 99, everyone comes up, you do the classic club ring field, and then I always wonder when I'm watching this why we don't do this more often.
Rees to Bracey, it's wide outside the off stump, he cuts it away through the covers for 4, and Bracey is there to his second 100 of the season. A warm embrace between Graham Van Buren and James Bracey. He's done a lot of hard work there as Bracey waggles his back towards the dressing room and then around to the supporters who are on their feet at the far end of the ground. The ton has come up in 151 deliveries, and that was his 14th four to go with the 6. And he didn't look really under pressure from the moment he went out there, but there was an awful lot of pressure at 100 and, well, when Charlesworth was out it was 131 for 4, but he came in when I think it was 63 for 3, and Hammond had been bowled going for a
I've heard an expansive drive after a couple of boundaries already.
Expansive is the word. I think if you connected with it, it would have been heading out towards those electricity pylons over there. Reese bowls on driven by Bracey. He's timed it well, but fielding in sliding fashion up at mid-on is Lloyd, so there's no run. But yeah, I just thought he's batted with a really good tempo as Bracey, which is what he does when he's on song.
Yeah, and I think this season has looked like that. Like you say, the important thing there is it's not easy going in at 63 for 3. It's been, as you say, it sounded like the new ball was doing a bit. But we do know, like you say, when James is at his best, he takes his time, he gets himself in, and he kind of moves through the gears, which he's done this time.
Reese to Bracey, clipped away through forward square leg, and he'll take 1 to 94 for 4. I also remember when he got that first 100, Mark Alleyne said in the interview at the end of that day when Gloucestershire had saved the game against Yorkshire, and Bracey and Ollie Price in particular had batted superbly, but he did say he kind of felt, did Bracey just give himself that little bit of time to reset? So it was his first ton for 2 years. You could see the relief on his face even from this distance.
That's what I was going to touch on. It has been a difficult couple of years for James.
Round the wicket goes Reese bowls, and forward comes Van Buren to defend to mid-on, and that's the end of the over. 294 for 4.
I actually saw the headline of an article you might have seen the other day that James did. He did an interview, I think with Will McPherson.
Okay, no, I've not seen that actually.
And just about, I think it was possibly the first time he's talked about that experience from when he was playing Test match with England and what, then getting dropped and that all, how it didn't go to plan. Obviously it wasn't how he would have wanted it, and then the mental effect that had on him for the last 2 years or so since playing for England. Then it's been very challenging for him, and something I think this winter has been huge for James in terms of working out that mindset of getting back into just wanting to score runs. I think when you get carried away with trying to get back into England, exhausting all your mental energy on that. As Thompson's in round the wicket to Bracey, who cuts out to the deep cover man who's running round. They're looking for 2. It will just settle for 1 at the moment. Yeah, and I think it is. This winter was massive for James. He went out to Perth, spent 5-6 months out there, but he went with his fiancée now, and it just looked like they had the best time, and he looked like he's enjoying himself. And I think it's been about that for him. It's huge. Just going back to enjoying the game. You can sometimes get lost, to say, in trying to play for England and forget why you're playing the game. As Thompson's in over the wicket to Van Buren, who does pull off back of a length this time, but it is on the floor out to the deep square leg man and will be 1 run. So yeah, as I say, it just looked like he had the best time. He's come back with a refreshed mindset, I think, and he looks in such a better headspace this summer than he has done for the last couple of summers. Whereas I think he's beaten himself up so much the last couple of years of wanting to be this guy that averages 50 and everything, as Thompson's around the wicket to Bracey, who punches the ball down to mid-on, to the long-on, off a very full delivery. So yeah, I'm really chuffed for him that it just looks like, I say, in general, he looks in a much better headspace this summer.
Yeah, it was University, I think, wasn't it? University
Cricket
Club that
Perth
he was playing for.
Yeah. As Thompson's in over the wicket to Van Buren, full delivery on middle stump, and Van Buren works that into the leg side in mid-wicket and takes 1 run. Yeah, I think, I don't know, whether it was that. I know he's been doing some work, I think, with a sports psychologist. And
yes.
I think there's been he's put some real effort into that of just almost, I think it was almost like resetting his mindset. You start again. This is how it looks as Thompson's in round the wicket and Bracey forward defends. Dot ball. It just looks like he's reset his mindset. He's gone back to the James Bracey before he got picked for England, where you're just scoring runs for your county. You're not worrying about anything else. And at the moment, it looks like it's really working for him. Thompson round the wicket to Bracey, who's off the back foot this time, punching in to the deep cover man. And it'll just be 1 run. And that will be the end of the over. And that takes Gloucester 2 299 for 4.
From your point of view as well, you know, in terms of dealing with club versus country kind of thing, how's that been in terms of, you know, I know it's a one of the worst cliches in terms of controlling what you can control, but I guess you have to feel that way, don't you, in terms of, I know that if I take the wickets and if I do everything that I can, then it will come, but actually focusing on, I don't know, I mean, for some people maybe focusing on the end goal is what drives them, but I don't know, do you think you're different from Bracey in that way or not?
No, I certainly think I've had my own battles and challenges.
Here's Rees bowling to Bracey, who lets that go.
Yeah, I think, as you say, I think having the end goal is a really good thing to have that. It's not then getting so caught up in that's your be-all and end-all, because then what I found, to say it's T20 cricket, you could, and a lot of people have talked about this sort of metaphor, where you can bowl your best ball, perfectly swings into the right-hander, top of off, and the guy plants it back over your head for 6, and you've kind of done everything you can in your control.
Rees in over the wicket to Bracey, who doesn't offer a shot at that one, just very gentle away shape from Rees.
And it's a funny game being a bowler, because you can control obviously at your end where the ball goes in terms of where you're trying to execute your plan, but after that, so you could bowl a good ball, it could go for 6, you could bowl a rank half volley, completely miss execute what you want to do, but take a wicket. And I think when I felt I was striving to get back into England and wanting to do well.
In comes Rees to Bracey, and there's a full toss which is whipped down the ground, and Lloyd won't get there from mid-on. That's 4 runs, that brings up Gloucestershire's 303 for 4, and it means there's another bonus point. Pointless. The call from the back of the box. But the very opposite, because the point has been gained.
I think we've talked about it being actually quite crucial. The teams who seem to get promoted, especially bonus batting points, seem to play a big part in getting promoted. Wins naturally, but
wins. Yeah. Well, you should just there we go. Rees to Bracey, who's opening the face and dabbing the ball through the vacant point region, and they will take one more run. Bracey to 112, 304 for 4.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you can easily get caught up then in T20 cricket. You feel like you've had a bad game because you finished 0 for 50 or something off your 4 overs. And every time you get hit for 6, you're kicking yourself because you feel like, oh, well, England aren't going to pick me now. I've just gone for 18 in that over and whatnot. And it's every time you do something bad, a bad ball, a bad over, you think you've ruined your chances.
Rees coming round the wicket to the right-handed Van Buren, who is looking for a single through point, but a diving effort from Dahl prevents it.
Which is, I'm sure you can imagine, is just a really unhealthy mindset to be in. And
I don't know how you don't get into that mindset, really, because you, as much as, I mean, it's one of the things about cricket, isn't it? It's a team sport played by individuals, and in terms of, also you kind of think in terms of context as well. If you get a pitch which is just a 250 pitch, and sometimes, I don't know, particularly in the IPL now, I think we're starting to see pitches which are at least close to that, especially when you're allowed 12 people in the batting lineup. As Rees runs in and bowls to Van Buren, who clips fine straight to Chappell at fine leg and takes a single. Van Buren will keep the strike on 88, 305 for 4. But, you know, you kind of think, well, are they just going to look at these figures and go 4 overs for 50? Ooh, that's not very good, is it?
Well, as you say, that's the bit that's difficult, because there's the little bit that you can control, you say, is kind of your performance, but to an extent as a bowler you can control, as say, where you put it on the pitch. Then what happens, what the batter does, is completely out of our control. Then outside of that, we've got no control over international selection, or like you say, what are they, you know, like you say, when sometimes you've bowled 4 overs for 24 on a flat one with small boundaries, have they taken that into account? Thompson's in over the wicket to Van Buren. It spins from about 5th, 6th stump, but it looks like just outside the line, I think. Mr. Seaborn's
well, that was my feeling anyway, but I think Paul Pollard probably agreed.
Certainly some turn there, though, so something for the spinner there.
Yeah, went down to inspect the spot that hit.
Thompson in again to Van Buren. Similar line, another back foot this time. Van Buren defends. No run.
Yeah, possibly just a few foot marks from Rees bowling round the wicket. The right arm has been bowling around a bit as well, but Rees will be getting nice and tight to those stumps.
Just giving Thompson something to work with. He's over the wicket to Van Buren, who drives and catches the inside half of the bat. Another bit more turn from that wider line, giving Thompson something to aim at. Another dot ball. It's quite a good over so far from Thompson.
I've liked the pace that he's bowled at. I don't think he's bowled particularly quickly, which I think is the right thing.
He's into Van Buren this time off the back foot.
Oh,
and he's
great.
cut this one through backward point for 4. Just a little bit wide from Thompson this time, a little bit short. And this one, no turn, and Van Buren will always take the offer of a cut shot. This one going for 4 runs.
Yes, of course he bowled that one. It was shorter, but it was also much quicker, and there we go.
He's got nice height, hasn't he, Thompson? Bowls from that, so he looks like he'd get a nice bounce.
A lot of tall spinners knocking about now, aren't there? Sure, more than they used to be.
As Thompson's into Van Buren. That one's nicely driven down the ground. And that'll be another 4 runs to Van Buren. This one through mid-off, as there is no mid-off in place. There's a wide mid-off, almost extra cover where Lewis Rees is. Almost inviting that drive a little bit. And this time Van Buren obliges and takes 4 more runs, which does move him on to 96 now.
I was almost surprised that there wasn't another fielder somewhere. It almost seemed a bit too easy.
I thought I was getting blocked off there as Thompson's into Van Buren, who punches again, and that will be Van Buren's 100. Another full delivery from Thompson, punched down the ground by Van Buren for 4, who lifts his arms aloft, helmet and bat in the air. The crowd again on their feet to another fantastic performance by Graham Van Buren, the skipper for Gloucester. Takes the applause. And what a fantastic partnership this is between the two of them. 317 for 4 now, Gloucester. I'm sure you'll have more stats on how many hundreds is that for Van Buren this summer now?
Well, it's back-to-back hundreds for him. Yep, so his second ton of the season, but he's scored 50 plus in his last 3 innings and 4 of his last 5, and the one that he didn't was a 46. So it's fair to say he's on a pretty good run. And last year, actually, he averaged over 50, played in 8 matches. As Rees bowls to Bracey, who clips that one uppishly. There is no square leg, and deep square is back, so it's a single. 318 for 4, a fairly Van Buren-esque way to get to his 100 in the end with 3 consecutive boundaries.
That's helpful when you're on 88 and you go 4-4-4 and
exactly. And it's what Charlesworth told me getting to his maiden ton last week, in terms of he felt, well, there's only one way I'm getting through the 90s, and that's quickly.
I remember that was a huge Hamish Marshall belief. He installed that.
As Rees bowls an in-swinger, this is a push drive to extra cover, no run.
Not that I don't think he was telling it to me. I don't think I've not got anywhere near the 90s yet, but I certainly was part to a conversation of him explaining that he always believed as soon as he got to the 90s he wanted to get out of them as quickly as possible. So maybe that's something all batters try to do, but whether Van Buren decided to do that night, it looked like he just got a couple of nice half volleys.
Yeah, he got a short wide delivery and then 2 half volleys with no mid-off. Rees in, and Van Buren gets turned round by that one, as he was looking initially, I thought, to play with the swing, but the ball has squirted out into the offside, not in the air, but that's about the first time that Van Buren's looked in any trouble this morning.
Just does that, so that I assume, from what you're saying, the new ball did a lot, but as soon as 20-30 overs passed?
Yeah, about 20-25 overs, something like that. There was a period when it was really hooping through the air, but to start with, it was the movement off the pitch that was the real issue, particularly for Bancroft. As Rees bowls, that one doesn't swing, goes on with the arm, as it were, and it's let go wide of the off stump. But particularly, Connors was getting it to move quite a lot. Chappell, I think, it's just when he's right, and we saw a fair bit of Chappell last year. Was it last year already? No, it was the year before, wasn't it? I was going to say, felt like longer ago than last year, but you know how things blend into one. Rees to Van Buren, who drives. Doesn't bounce particularly kindly for Donald, but he rides the bounce at extra cover. But you kind of feel like he's one of those bowlers that just has the ability just to move the ball the right amount. He's never going to be a prodigious swinger of the ball. And Connors was getting more seam movement than him, but yet Chappell looked the most dangerous consistently in terms of what he was doing. He was also the most consistent in terms of his line and length of the Derbyshire seamers. Reese bowls, and coming forward to push this one to mid-on is Van Buren. That is the end of the over. It is bucketing down with rain, by the way, now. It's not started that long ago. I've only just noticed it now. It's basically gone from nothing to tipping it down, and we're going off. So umpire Ashraf has waved to, I assume that's Sean over there on the tractor with the covers. And the forecast rain, which was at 12ish, has arrived pretty much bang on. The worrying thing is that it's forecast to be quite heavy as well. So we're, I guess, not going to be able to make up the overs that we lose now either, because we'll have day 4 only where you can't make up overs. So the one thing, I guess, in terms of any result in this game that neither side can afford is for time to be lost, but it's going to be.
Yeah, it's a disappointing one always, isn't it, when you start to lose time. Hopefully we get the golden hour first, where we don't lose any time today.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, they can push the close back, can't they?
I'm sure they can take an early lunch, maybe at 12:30, if this does carry on for half an hour, and don't lose any overs, and hope that it's just a short shower and get back on after lunch.
Gloucestershire have advanced their score from 243 for 4 up to 318 this morning, with both James Bracey and Graham Van Buren reaching their hundreds. So I guess in terms of the point that's happened at, might not be the worst actually for Derbyshire, because they've had Connors and Chappell in particular bowling this morning, so they've got a bit of time to rest them before the second new ball.
Well, that is now, isn't it, as well?
Exactly.
So that's, like you said, that's pretty perfect for Derbyshire. Get your feet up for well, who knows? There's part of me I'm looking and like, is it starting to slow up already? Is this going to be a very quick shower and you'll be back on in 5 minutes time? But it just allows maybe Derbyshire to get together in the dressing room, have a conversation, rally the team for the second new ball. It's like the game can change quickly. A couple of quick wickets with the new ball, and it could change the complex of the game drastically.
Oh gosh, this is looking awful now. The latest radar that Fletcher's shown me is that we are going. He's going to stop this one, but what's coming later looks really quite possibly terminal. It started off as sort of showers through the afternoon, but there is some serious rainage coming Bristol's way around about 1ish, 2ish, and that could be quite tricky. As you say, it's started to abate, so we won't leave you quite yet. I will, seeing as we've got you here, what are Gloucestershire's hopes and aims for the Blast coming up, starting in just a few days' time? What do you think sort of realistic, and how are the side going to look to go about their cricket?
I think there's a few questions in there. I think the in terms of, I don't think we've put a label on what we want to achieve. I think it's obvious that in a competition like the Blast, when it's so clear cut, the other group stage and the top 4 make the quarterfinals, everyone wants to make the knockout stages, and we're not going to be any different. I think the realities of where we're at, it's we're going to have a fairly new group. Well, it's a nice mixture actually. We've got a blend of guys who've played a lot of T20 cricket and some who've played a minimal, but people like Ben Charlesworth, who last year did his first proper campaign and actually showed that he's very good in that format. So no, I think we'll certainly be looking to compete. I think we recognise the South Group is ever increasingly more difficult, with the likes of Somerset, Surrey, Hampshire, Essex. 4 teams you look at are generally there and thereabouts with making the quarterfinals. So yeah, I think the aim is to be, from the last couple of years, the aim is to be very strong at home. We want to dominate our patch at home, and become that Gloucester team again that are very hard to beat at Bristol. I think that's how we go about that. Obviously, we've got our ways we believe we can be good at Bristol, playing on these wickets, fielding being one of the big things that I think we're really going to focus on, and be one of the best fielding sides, and play smart cricket, I think, is what generally when we do well, that's what we're good at, and we play smart cricket. We adapt to the conditions quickly, because they're not always flat wickets at Bristol, and it's making sure that we recognise quickly when it's not, and we outsmart the opposition.
Yeah, and I think, you think back to last year, there were a couple of 120 all-outs here where it sort of felt as though it was one thing to try and play an aggressive brand of cricket, but also you can just give games away to the opposition if you lose a couple of wickets and you then don't make that adjustment.
Yeah, I think the modern game at the moment, the modern T20 match has a lot of sixes, and there's stats flying around of, at the moment, the team who hit the most sixes generally win the game, which might sound like a strange stat, but there's obviously lots of runs in between that. But like you say, I think it's got to suit the team, though. You've got to have guys that can hit sixes. There's no point, I'm not picking on Ollie Price, but he's not our biggest hitter, but he's fantastic at hitting gaps, sweeping the ball. He could strike at 140, 150 by hitting fours and twos and hitting gaps. It's not his game necessarily to go out there and try and clear the 80-metre boundary. I think for this year, for those sorts of guys, it's been really clear, making sure they know their roles. What is your role in the team? Is it to strike at 130 and be slightly less risk-taking, make sure that we're not 7 down going into the death, and myself and Tom Smith are having to take on the death.
Although you could hit another one into the balcony of the flats at whatever, third floor up. Again, that would be quite fun. I'm
certain. Everyone. One of the great things I think that has happened from T20 is that all bowlers now are probably enjoying their batting a bit more, in terms of that they found a thing that they all enjoy doing. That's what we all enjoy, trying to smack the ball for six, and we're practicing it a lot more, so we're hopefully slightly getting better at it. So I actually, whereas I used to be happy hiding down at 11 and I don't need to bat, I think there's very much a different mindset for bowlers, and knowing that you're much more valuable to a team, being able to come in for an over or two and hit a couple of sixes. And I say now that there's some real enjoyment in that, real fun trying to do that.
Yeah, and worked well for you in the Big Bash as well, in those particularly last couple of innings for the strikers. But yeah, I think it's also interesting to see actually some of the fast bowlers. I can't immediately think of an example off the top of my head, but I think you would be one of them, where actually almost because of the type of athlete that fast bowlers are, and that they tend to have the long levers, which means that they can get the back quicker through the ball and that sort of thing, and have the power to clear the ropes. So actually there's I think actually Shaheen Afridi is a great example. He was averaging about 7 or something. He thought genuine number 11, and then all of a sudden he's batting up the order and in a sort of pinch hitter type role. And I know that might be a bit different, because I suspect, I don't know, there might be a chance that he didn't actually do a great deal of batting full stop when he was growing up, because a lot of bowlers from the subcontinent don't, particularly fast bowlers. But it feels as though there are a few of them about now who've just unlocked this range hitting ability within themselves. They don't necessarily, almost released from the shackles of having to quote unquote play properly.
Yeah, you're spot on. As the players are actually back out on the field now, the shower has stopped for now, and hopefully we get a decent break as Derbyshire do take the new ball.
Yeah, but I think I'd probably better, because I think they've heard more than enough of my voice, so I might hand this first over the resumption to you, David Payne, and we might get Michelle Hewitt on. So Dupavalon is going to bowl, and Gloucestershire resuming on 318 for 4, so that is a deficit of 208 runs. I'll leave you in the capable hands of David Payne and then Michelle Hewitt.
Thanks, Ed. As Ed says, Dupavalon will take the new ball from the pavilion end. And Derbyshire will be certainly looking to hope that this is what creates the breakthrough now. A couple of wickets for Derbyshire puts them back on top. Pavlon comes in over the wicket to Bracey, who leaves that one alone. A little bit of shape through the air back into Bracey. Leaves that one comfortably. 2 slips in place at the moment. 4 fielders on the leg side, 5 on the offside, leaving a gap at cover for Bracey to entice that drive.
Hi David, how you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you for asking.
Pavlon in again to Bracey. Bit of shape back in, and that is that drive from Bracey through the covers. As the skipper Lloyd gives chase, it won't quite make the boundary, and it'll just be 2 runs to Bracey this time.
So, given your local knowledge of the weather, how long do you reckon we've got before?
I think we normally say that. Annoyingly, I think the bad stuff comes from behind us, from behind the pavilion. So actually, we're not really going to get a sight. And I think that's what happened to me and Ed just then. You don't see it, and then suddenly it starts raining. So I think, unfortunately for us, we're not going to get a cue. We're just kind of going to have to use our eyes as best we can. But by the looks of the radar, we'll know when it hits because it's going to come heavy, unfortunately. But at the moment, we've got some play for now. Bracey just redoing his shoelaces. But obviously come undone from that 2 runs. Pavlon waits at the top of his mark as Bracey just adjusts his gloves now. Gives himself a couple of seconds to gather himself. 320 for 4. New ball in hand. Pavlon into Bracey, who drives again off a good length. Well, just pushes into the offside this time. It'll just be 1 run. Little bit of shape for Pavlon there, but doesn't look like there's much off the pitch, and the pitch is looking quite slow at the moment.
Yeah, most definitely. Let me see here. So they're yet to take. Have they taken the new ball actually? They didn't take it.
I thought I could see the gold glistening, which I thought you wouldn't see if it's still the old ball. I'm pretty sure I saw Neil Pollard show the ball up to the umpires, to the scorers. Sorry.
They have indeed. We'll see if it brings any kind of joy.
You'll certainly be hoping as the bowling side at this point. This is what you've been waiting for. That new ball to Pavlon into Van Buren, who drives beautifully. So that wasn't even that full. It wasn't a half volley, but Van Buren, obviously in great touch, has driven that through extra cover for 4 runs. A little bit of shape from Pavlon, but it is, I wouldn't say it was late movement, so Van Buren's watched that beautifully. It's going to be tricky for Dub. There are 2 men on 100 and both seeing the ball very well.
When you're in a position like this and you've got a massive deficit of 206 runs at the moment, no game's not winnable, but is there a chance that Gloucestershire can win this?
As Pavlon in again to Van Buren, who back foot defends this one into point for. Yeah, I think you've always got to. I guess this is, if anything, this is the Bazball way. Is you've got to look at every scenario of how are we going to win this game. I think naturally, what are we?
If they batted all day, rain notwithstanding.
Yeah, I think that's probably plan A, isn't it? What are they? 201.
201 behind.
With the boundaries there, they're scoring at a run rate of 4 now. You'd say that could, at a point, you could try and up that if these 2 batted for a long period of time. But you have, probably, if you score another, they'll be looking for a 650, 700 mark, wouldn't they? As Pavlon's into Van Buren again, very full, driven back at Pavlon for a dot ball, which ends the over 325 for 4. So, yeah, I guess plan A is if you get, they're 200 behind, you get 400 more. Oh, that's too many, isn't it? 150. I don't know. We saw with the Durham-Somerset game yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. Anything, and then with the weather that comes along,
exactly,
may change conditions ever so slightly.
There's obviously the second play, the much more risky play, is to declare behind and go right. We're gonna. Yeah, but that's probably more if the rain came. You look at how much you're trailing, have a dash, get to trailing by 50, whatever it is, and then you go, well, declare behind, try and bowl you up for 100 and chase 150 at the end of the day, but much less likely, I would have thought. Gloucester at the moment will be thinking we can bat, get 650, give us a leave at even 100, 150 runs. Even 100 runs in these scenarios, as I say, we saw what's happened to Somerset yesterday. You just don't know what can happen, and if you bowl them out for cheap and then chase at the end.
So Sam Connors in, start of a new over, and that's immediately met with a glorious drive there from James Bracey for a 4 through the covers. And as David Payne says, both batters now are seeing this so well that even what looks like it's not a bad delivery, but it's just they're pouncing onto them very quickly.
Well, certainly as a bowler, as a new ball, you're encouraged to bowl it that slightly fuller, get them driving because you're hoping it's going to do something. But at the moment, both batters are just not missing the middle of the bat. Sam Connors, as Ed Seaborn said, bowled beautifully with the new ball.
And certainly from that end as well, from the Angel. In fact, he's
Actually
back in again. And this time, well, that's kind of cut delicately, just behind backward point. For 1, brings James Bracey, also Graham Van Buren onto strike.
It's just, I don't know, from my sights and having played at Bristol, it just seems like it's getting to that point where it can get a little bit placid. Like, it's not the quickest pitch in the world, and it can be difficult to create chances when you do get a partnership like this, when you get 2 batters that get themselves in and get the pace of the wicket.
So Sam Connors from the Ashley Down Road end. In this time to Graham Van Buren. And he's able to just tuck that. It's just timing, really. He's able to tuck that through the mid-wicket region for 2. And again, it's not like Sam Connors is. And you get a round of applause. That may well be for the
200 partnership.
Partnership, indeed.
Fantastic partnership by these two. They say the point Bracey came in at 63 for 3, and then I think
131 for 4.
131 for 4. So to now take it to 300, 130 for 4, you're still a bit nervy there. And obviously, then a couple of quick looks from Derby, it would have been a very different outlook.
Van Buren facing up to Connors again, and this time he's just rocks onto the back foot, and it's not just a hook. He's gone all the way over backward point for 6. And I said they were seeing it well. Well, that's more than seeing it well. That was almost over the boundary rope before anyone had reacted to it.
Yeah, I don't think Chappell moved there, didn't he? It went straight over his head, but with these, I think it's about a 60-metre boundary, so it's not much for the modern-day batter.
It's an expensive over, 4-1-2-6. Connors in again to Bracey. Well, this one nearly gets the outside edge. It's a genuinely beats Bracey on the outside edge there. Bit of a tentative push.
Yeah, that looked like a good delivery. Just held its line slightly. Good length. Both batters do look like they're comfortable to drive a little bit on the up. That's the thing I'd be looking for if I was Derbyshire. Hang in there on that good length, because both are playing their shots at the moment.
Yeah, I said tentative push. He was actually looking for the he's looking for drive. And the follow-up, well, the follow-up is through extra cover. And I thought they got it for 4 there, but actually it's just hauled in, and they'll come back for 3 for Van Buren. That brings an end to a very expensive over. As I do my maths to quickly calculate it, 16 off the over. Sam Connors has 1 for 72 from 18. He's actually bowled better than that, but that was just a very expensive over against 2 set batters.
Unfortunately, that is the game of cricket, isn't it? There's, like you say, 2 set batters now. It can be near impossible at times to feel like to control the scoreboard, and Gloucester had the same, I suppose, when Lamb and Dahl were in. We're pretty much seeing a repeat now, and it's Van Buren and Bracey for Gloucester who are putting on the big partnership. It'll be De Pavlon again from the pavilion end to Graham Van Buren. Who's in, and that's short, back of a length, and Van Buren looks to pull. Doesn't quite get it all, but it does go over the man at square leg, who gives chase. And it'll just be 2 runs. He didn't quite get hold of that. For a second I thought that had ballooned up and it could have been the wicket they were looking for, but Van Buren, I don't know whether he's actually looking here to consciously step up a gear and get the rate moving, or whether he's just latching on to anything that's just not quite the top of the stumps at the moment. Pavlon into Van Buren. It's another pull shot. Again, I wouldn't say it was a short ball, just back of a length. And it's out to the deep square where Fine Leg runs around. I think it's Lewis Rees at Fine Leg, runs around and collects it, and it's another 2 runs.
So I wonder if this is weather influenced, that they know another shower's coming at some point, and therefore Van Buren has decided to just get on with it somewhat. Or he's just seeing it so well that actually that every delivery is literally in his arc, so to speak.
That's what's difficult to know, isn't it? When you're on 100, I've never been in this position, so it's difficult to comment, but it seems like sometimes I think a batter can be in such... They're seeing it so well, like you say, they're not intentionally doing it, they're just playing from what they can see. But also, like you say, there is certainly weather around as Pavlon's into Van Buren again, and that one's jammed into his pad. Van Buren actually has to collect it from inside his pad and hand it back to the bowler. It just looked like that one came back in a fraction and had him jumping around the crease a little bit, and just an inside edge into his pad for a dot ball.
Hurried him up ever so slightly onto him a bit quicker than all the previous deliveries.
Yeah, just came off the wicket a little bit. That's what you got to believe if you're Derbyshire right now. You've just got to... Takes one delivery to break this partnership. Pavlon comes into Van Buren again. It's a much fuller delivery, and Van Buren drives, but not quite convincingly. Just skews it off to mid-on, where the skipper Lloyd fields the ball and quickly gives the ball a rigorous shine.
You were in Australia recently, if I'm not mistaken, right? So you were talking to Ed Seaborn about 20 minutes or so ago about playing for England and getting back into the setup. Do you still harbour those?
Hugely. That's pretty much. I
said it tentatively in case.
No, that is pretty much all I think about. As to Pavlon is into Van Buren, who, again, I don't know if that's a front foot cut almost. It wasn't too short, a little bit of width from De Pavlon, but not ridiculous. But Van Buren has latched onto anything just outside the stumps, cuts that one through cover point for 4 more runs. He's really looking to dominate the bowling at the moment. Yeah, so huge. I've had a couple of difficult years with injury, it feels like it set me back in those couple of years, but right now the body's feeling really good. I've obviously moved to a white ball contract just to look after my body a little bit more and really focus on that ambition, I guess, of getting back into that England side. It's a big summer coming up for me. It feels like we obviously got the Blast starting this week and hoping to hit the ground running with that. As Pavlon's into Van Buren, and again, it's not a half volley by any means. It's a good length just outside the off stump, but Van Buren drives through point and takes another 4 runs. So it's probably another quite expensive over. It's 12 off that 12 off that one, taking the score to 353 for 4. And Gloucester are motoring now since the new ball. Certainly don't think these aren't... If I was bowling, I wouldn't be saying I'm bowling half volleys here by any means. Van Buren is just really latching onto anything outside the stumps.
The other option here is, of course, that Gloucestershire are looking for the extra batting points, which David Fletcher so loves.
Fletch puts his hand on his head and... At this rate, they're cruising to the batting points.
Well, I was going to say,
if they continue at the rate they've gone since the second new ball.
So Sam Connors again in to James Bracey, who immediately rocks onto the back foot, and it's just another 4. It's another 4 gone fine, and we're just dealing in boundaries at the moment. In the last 2.1 overs, we've had 4 4s and 1 6.
We're watching a T20 at the moment, aren't we?
Getting ready. But actually going back to that, so the reason I asked you about the England ambitions is we tend to say that at the end of a World Cup, a new cycle starts. So, of course, the T20 World Cup begins in literally what feels like a week. And there will be probably a reset of sorts after that, you would think. So Connors in again to Bracey. This time down the leg side. Good diving stop by Guest behind the stumps. It's a dot ball. Rarely seen dot ball.
Yeah, no, you're probably right, and that's certainly on. I knew this, as you say, kind of this cycle and this T20 World Cup was all going to be a bit soon, so I've certainly set my horizons for a bit further down the line of focusing on just having a good summer with Gloucester and the Welsh Fire this summer, take control of, control what I can control, but fully believe if I do have a good summer, like you say, after this World Cup, it does feel like there might be a bit of a reset.
Connor's in again, strikes the pad on leg side, and they'll run through for one, waiting on the umpire's signal there. And it is indeed a leg bye, which brings Van Buren onto strike.
Yeah, so as I say, hopefully just a good summer can. That's all it feels like as a cricketer at times. You're almost one good summer away from getting that call back into the side. And like you say, who knows, after a World Cup, that squad have been together a long, long time. Like you say, you never know. Are a few of them gonna move on from international cricket after this World Cup?
Yep.
Who knows?
So Connor's into Van Buren, who's on strike now, 127. And Van Buren keeps on striking his shots as well. Well, it's just outrageous. It's just a flick. It's a flick over fine leg for 6, literally.
Fine Leg was interested in that for a split second, but
just for a second.
split second, moved it one step to the right, and then realised it just kept going.
So we've had 11 so far in this over with 2 balls to go. The new ball is travelling. Van Buren is 133, facing up again. This time he just tucks that slightly behind square for 1, which will bring Bracey back onto strike. What's it like playing in the Big Bash as compared to, I'll just say, other leagues in general? Is there a significant, nature of the pitches, but is there a significant difference?
It was interesting because 2 years ago I played for Perth in the Big Bash, and then it was Adelaide this winter, and the year I spent with Perth, for whatever reason, the wickets seemed to be averaging much more about between 150, 160 score like that around the grounds.
Connors to Bracey. Bracey drives behind. Well, it's gone backward of point there for, third man region, vacant third man region. Don't know if that's where he fully intended it to go. I'll have a look again. I don't think that, either way it's equal 4. And it's, how many is that now off the over? That's another 17. I think that's another 16 run over. Have I done my maths correctly there?
16, yeah.
16. The abacus has been out these last 3 overs.
Yeah, what's that? 4 overs now. The run rate's jumped up hugely.
So that's 16. We've had a 17, 12 and a 16 in the last 3 overs. Gloucestershire 369 for 4.
We're nearing 60 runs off the 4 overs there, aren't we?
So I think Gloucestershire are set to win the T20 Blast based on what I've been commenting on.
If it's played with a new red ball, by yeah, Derbyshire are going to have to do some thinking here because the runs are flowing, and the second new ball has not quite worked how they would have hoped for. It's not made the breakthrough as of yet, and it's travelling at the moment as Dupavlon is into Van Buren again. It's short again. Van Buren pulls into the gap behind square on the leg side. 2 men chase round, and it's Thompson who collects. And 2 more runs to Gloucestershire. Yeah, so that first, say average scores. So it wasn't quite the experience in terms of, you touched on pitches, good pitches. It wasn't the belters I thought it was going to be. But then this winter playing at Adelaide, it felt like the Adelaide Oval averaged about 220 playing, right. And all the grounds seem to be much better than the pitches. But I love it. It's a great atmosphere. I think the crowds are fantastic there. You get really good crowds. The standard is fantastic as Dupavlon full to Van Buren, who drives through mid on a beautiful drive down the ground for 4 more runs, just over pitching from Dupavlon. And the Derbyshire bowlers at the moment just not managing to find that good length to the Gloucestershire batters. Bit short, bit full. And they are cashing in at the moment, moving on to 375 for 4.
When the new ball's travelling like this, what would be your plan of approach? Let's just say that you're getting some tap in the first 2 you've bowled. How would you change it up?
Yeah, I'll just touch on that after De Pavlon is into Van Buren again. That one's a better length, but the line is too straight, and it's just gone down the leg side. The fine leg man can't get round to it. It's another 4 runs off the bat of Van Buren. Just tickled that one fine. Yeah, I think it's difficult. I think the main thing, what you're seeing right now, what I'm watching De Pavlon right now, he's bowled the ball and he's very quickly, he's just marching back to the top of his mark. And you see this quite a lot as a bowler sometimes, where you're not taking that split second to think about what's going wrong here. You kind of just go back and you get frustrated, you just go and bowl the ball again, you're just getting frustrated with yourself. And actually, almost as a team, as a group of bowlers, you need to just take a second and say, look, we've not done what we wanted to, but actually let's just reset our minds and think about what we're trying to achieve here. As De Pavlon short to Van Buren, who thumps that through the mid-wicket, pull shot all the way along the ground, and it's another 4 runs to Van Buren, who's motoring on to now 148. And as I said, it's like there's been a lot of short balls bowled by Derbyshire with this second new ball, which you ideally don't want. You know, you've taken this new ball, you want it, pitch it up, and I know there's been some drives, but at times it's having that mindset of going, okay, that wasn't a bad ball actually, maybe it was a touch wide, and just being able to analyse yourself on the spot in the moment when the ball is travelling. And ultimately, red ball cricket generally is very simple. All you want to do is try and hammer that top of the off stump, top of 4th, and try and get a bit of movement. De Pavlon's into Van Buren. This one's fall down the leg side again and taken by Brooke Guest for a dot ball. I think you just get a bit caught up in the moment. The ball is travelling, you get a bit caught up, and you, instead of trying to gain that clear mindset and refocus and think, what am I trying to do? Try and get hit to one side. They've been hit through the offside, hit through the leg side. It's kind of just travelling all over a bit at the moment.
As a bowler, though, do you want your captain or someone else to come up to you to... Because what I've noticed since you made that point about De Pavlon just going back to his run-up, no one's actually come to him to reassess the situation.
Pavlon in again to brace Van Buren, and that's quite nice to do. That one's back of length, moved away a little bit, and he just defends into the leg side for a dot ball. No, you are spot on, because sometimes when you are that person in the moment, you don't know that at the time. You know, De Pavlon's not almost doing it on purpose right now. He's trying to take that wicket for his team, and he's frustrated with himself that he's not quite hitting the mark. Connors looks like he's going to come off now and swap for Anuj Dal, who's going to give a go, and that's probably not a bad replacement for you, because Anuj Dal is usually pretty there and thereabouts with his line and length. Not as much pace, but very well controlled. Like you say, it's a definite point. Yes, you do at times like that. Sometimes you need someone else from an outside perspective. Is the keeper watching and observing the same thing we are and going, he looks like he's frustrated, he looks like your senior players, your captains, anyone really, to come up to you and just get you to relax for a second, calm the mind. Simple questions. What are you trying to do? Is the field right? Little things like that. You're spot on that sometimes you do need your teammates in those moments right now, but it looks a little bit Derbyshire just struggling a little bit right now to control this scoreboard. And there's a few, I'm looking around the body language, a few hands on knees and cross-armed, and it is difficult in these moments where you feel like, how are we going to take a wicket? These two are
just motoring.
Yeah.
In fact, so I've done the calculations. I think it's 60 off the previous 5 overs. Unless I've mistaken, I don't know if anyone's done the calculations behind me. I've got 60 off 5. 58, sorry, I knew it. I knew my maths wasn't as strongest.
That previous one going for 14 again off to Pavlon.
And a Jadal in. And as David Payne says, immediately kind of just on that off-stump line, not giving any width to the batter, which was Bracey, who scuttled through for 1. So we've had in the previous 5 overs 2, 16, 12, 16, 14, which is potentially why we have seen the change of Connors for Dahl. I wonder if they'll change the other end though as well, or if maybe Connors will bowl from the pavilion end instead. Maybe they'll switch them round.
Yeah, you'd either swing round to Connors, swap ends, see if you get channel, or I imagine Chappell.
Yes,
would be the next one in line.
Dahl to into Van Buren, which tucks that into the leg side for 1, and will rotate strike again. Gloucestershire are 384 for 4. James Bracey is on 130. Graham Van Buren is too shy of 150.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now. We'll get a real good tell, I think, from Anuj Dahl, who it will be a bit more line and length, as whether the batters are trying to up the run rate intentionally or whether they've just been pouncing on anything.
Bracey, again, just tucks that into the leg side, and again, there's one there, but this will feel like a level of control being brought back, even if it's been one of all the deliveries. Just not giving them room. That's the first thing. First things first, not giving them room to free their arms. So Anuj Dahl doing exactly what David Payne suggested he might, which would suggest that maybe Zach Chappell should come on at the other end. But Anuj Dahl in again, can only be deflected by Van Buren, but you'll hear the round of applause because that brings up his 150 as he comes through for one run, and it's been essentially scintillating batting in what feels like the last 5 overs. He's motored from 100 or his century to 150, and it's been fantastic batting.
Yeah, that can't be many balls between the 100 and 150, I would have thought. I'm looking at Fletch, but 28 balls.
Yes, 28
from
balls. Dahl into Bracey, cuts that behind point region, 4-4. There's no one at backward point, and that keeps the scoreboard moving.
I was going to say, we were looking at a boundary free over there. Even if it was like you say 6 singles, you'd start to feel like for Derbyshire, well, that's better. We're starting to get a bit of control and we can work our way from there. But that one's almost played like a late cut a little bit and just shows how well they're seeing the ball at the moment. It does seem to be getting a little bit dark. I wonder if these clouds are starting to come in.
I know you say this rain just comes from behind us, but Bracey, that's a really good shot there through the mid-wicket region. Field will have to come all the way round. Collect at deep mid-wicket. I'm not sure who that was at deep mid-wicket. I'll have to get my binoculars out.
Right, and at the end of that over, I'm actually going to leave you and I'll swap for Fletch, I think, at the back of the room. Certainly heard enough of me for today, so I'll leave in the safe hands of Fletch.
Thank you very much. So David, so white ball specialist David Payne essentially commentated on an hour of white ball cricket as Gloucestershire have motored to 393 for 4. James Bracey 137 off 175. Graham Van Buren 150 off 170. There was 10 off that previous over from Anuj Dahl. Sorry, David.
No, and you know what? There has been one over which hasn't gone into double figures since the new ball was taken. One over.
So David Fletcher gave us the stats from the back of the comms room.
Yes, and unfortunately I stitched David Payne up because it hadn't ticked over. It was 29 ball 50, so sluggish really. Not as good as 28, clearly. I apologise. Lewis Rees.
I thought it would be Zach Chappell. You surprised to see Rees get the ball here?
A little bit, but if there's any swing, Rees will get it. He does swing the ball. He's not express pace by any manner of means, clearly. He's bowling to Graham Van Buren. He bowls on leg stump, which is not advisable. It's clipped away for 2. They're coming back for the second. The throw was decent enough. And Van Buren moves to 152, 395 for 4 now, Gloucestershire. It has been a remarkable onslaught since they returned after that 10-minute break for the rain. They've finished the marquee gazebo affair to our left. It looks splendid, absolutely splendid. Well done to everybody involved. Here is Rees around the wicket to Van Buren. Still manages to bowl it on leg stump, middle and leg. Played into the onside by Van Buren, fielded by Dupavilon, whose brief spell with the new ball cost him 33 runs in 3 overs.
For those wanting us who are looking for higher scores, so Graham Van Buren's top score is 235.
Get that
He'll
before
be
lunch.
eyeing that up.
His Rees bowls to him, and it is pushed up to mid-off rather, when it's fielded by Matt Lamb.
And James Bracey's highest score is 177. These are their first-class scores, so possible that either or both will be looking for a bigger milestone, landmark here.
What over are we in? We're in the 87th over only.
It's getting very gloomy outside.
Yes, as Reese bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Nice tumbling stop by Zach Chappell, diving to his right. It was interesting that I heard the mention of body language. It doesn't look great, does it? They had a session, last session on day 3 against Northamptonshire, when they scored 200 runs in 40 overs. Well, this has been an even greater onslaught against the Derbyshire bowling attack, as Reese is in and bowls that's edge down to third man for 4 runs. There is only one slip, and Van Buren picks up another boundary. His 22nd 4 to go along with his 2 sixes as he moves on to 156, 399 for 4 now.
Would it be fair to say, and I think we can just I'm starting to see
Rain.
the first signs of rain. Ed Seaborn will confirm for me, but I think I can see some.
I can only see it when I look through my binoculars, rather bizarrely.
I'm not a Bristolian, but I feel I can see some.
No, it is raining. You're right. It is raining. As Reese is in, that's an attempt to turn it round the corner by Van Buren. The umpires are actually having a little consultation here. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they didn't go off and potentially call an early lunch. But at the moment, there's no actual sign that they're going off. The umpires want to have a chat. When this next band of rain hits, and there is a weather warning for the whole of the United Kingdom, I think, for thunderstorms and that kind of thing, and I heard in the news at midday that those places, are they going to stay on, are they? No, they're going off. They're going off. That when these thunderstorms hit, we will have an inch of rain in an hour.
Right.
Which is quite a lot of rain, isn't it, really? So rain hits at 12:35 or thereabouts. Second interruption of the day with Gloucestershire on 399 for 4, tantalisingly close to one of those bonus points that they crave so badly. And I'm not sure why. It means this morning we have had far too many. They started on 243 and they're now 399, so that means they've scored 156 runs so far today. We lost 10 minutes before, we might lose 25 minutes now. That is a remarkable session.
In 110, an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
How many runs was it again?
Oh no, don't make me do it again. 156.
Right.
Yeah. It's
been an onslaught, for sure.
It has. And that was the 87th over that was just bowled, wasn't it? And only 6 runs came off that. That's an absolute triumph. So since the new ball, it will take me a moment. So that's 30, 40, 56, 58, 68 and 13, whatever that is. 81. 81 runs since the new ball was taken. And we're now next over we see will be the 88. So in 7 overs. Ouch.
Yeah, that seems apt. I suspect we'll have an early lunch. So to confirm, Derbyshire 526 in their first innings, and this morning Gloucestershire have motored, which is the correct word to use, to 399 for 4. James Bracey remains unbeaten on 137, and Graham Van Buren also unbeaten on 156. We will return when the rain abates at some point later today.
I've just looked at the radar for the next 2 or 3 hours. Keep your eyes peeled, but if you've got anything to do, by all means go and do it, because I think this might be the lengthy delay of the day. We'll see you in a little while.